Good morning, everyone. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. Before I proceed with my remarks, I'd just like to take a moment and introduce the members of the committee that are sitting today. On my far left, Mr. Dominic Gully. On my immediate left, Ms. Laura Alderson. On my immediate right, Mr. Rick Ross. On my far right, Mr. Bill Dalton. We also have at the far left end of this desk, our Deputy Secretary Treasurer, Barb Bartosik. And in front of me, we have our support staff for today's hearing. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Our hearing procedure is that I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an applicant is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Before hearing the first item, we require confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting, which was October the 24th. Could I have a motion to adopt those minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Seconded.
Seconded.
Ms. Alderson, thank you. All in favor? Okay, those minutes are confirmed, the minutes of October the 24th. I would ask panel, firstly, are there any declarations of interest on this morning's agenda? No, thank you. And the same question for staff. Any declarations of interest on this morning's agenda? No, thank you. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral today?
Yes, for such a small agenda, we have a lot today, Mr. Chair. Items 3, 4, 11, 12, and 13. So we'll start with item 3.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any files to close today?
None today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, then let's proceed firstly with the deferral requests. Firstly, number 3, 107 Hadrian Drive. The purpose of this application is to construct a new garden suite in the rear yard. And we have Sean Galbraith is the agent. Mr. Galbraith, are you available to speak to us?
Good morning, Sean Galbraith here.
Hi, good morning. Mr. Galbraith, could you explain, please, your reasons for requesting deferral?
Unfortunately, there was an error in the public notice, and so a deferral is required to revise and provide the sufficient time under the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you. We're just going to do a check-in on interested parties. Firstly, I have listed Paul Bradley. Are you here, Mr. Bradley? Thank you. Is there anyone else in the hearing room this morning that wishes to speak about 107 Hadrian Drive? You don't wish to speak? Okay, thanks. Thanks for identifying yourself. And Adam, do we have anybody online that registered to speak on this item?
No.
Okay, so then we'll just hear from Mr. Bradley. Thank you, sir. And if you could just start by giving us, no, the first thing you're going to do is pull your microphone down. Then you're going to give us your name.
Can you hear me now?
Not quite.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. So firstly, just your name and address.
My name is Paul Bradley. I live at 32 Esmond Crescent in Etobicoke.
Okay, so the intention right now is we're not going to proceed with considering the merits of this application because a deferral has been requested.
Right.
So what we have to ask you is, are you in favor or not of deferring this application today?
Yes, I am in favor of
Okay,
the deferral.
that's all we need. And there will be another hearing at another time when
Right.
a new notice is posted. You'll be notified and you'll have another opportunity to speak to the merits of the application at that time.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
If I may. The purpose of the Committee of Adjustment is to make sure that everything falls within the scope of the laws governing property lines and whatnot. I understand that, but the structure has already been built. And I think that is a major issue for everyone in the neighborhood. No permit has been issued, the structure's been built. Committee of Adjustment hasn't been consulted. And it just sort of seems like it's just gonna go ahead. And we're all very upset about it.
It's not a case of just go ahead. That's why there's an application before us. And we treat this proposal as if it did not exist.
Okay. Then you've answered my
We're
question.
not bound or, led toward a decision just because something exists.
Very good.
Okay?
Thanks.
So we'll likely hear or see you at another time. So I think we have all the clearances
Yes.
we need to proceed with a motion to decide on whether or not to grant deferral of item 3.
I'm happy to make that motion. It seems like it's an automatic deferral because there was an error on the notice, so.
Yep.
Move for deferral.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Do we have a second?
I'll second
Mr. Ross, thank you very much. All in favor? That is unanimous. Now, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I believe we've already slotted this in for the 5th of December.
Yes, so the motion can be that it's deferred to December.
Okay. Or is everyone happy with a slight amendment to that motion to defer to December the 5th?
Duly noted and amended as discussed.
Okay. So the next item for deferral is number 410 Chelsea Drive. And we have Franco Romano, is the agent.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore.
Yeah, thanks, Franco. Can you just explain for us why you request deferral today?
Yes, the reason for the deferral request is that we received 2 new zoning notices on October 30th and 31st from the Zoning Examination Department listing 2 additional variances that are not on the public hearing notice. Therefore, we cannot proceed today. So we're asking for a deferral, please.
Okay, thank you. Anyone in the room come here to speak about 10 Chelsea Drive? No? Is there anyone online that was registered to speak to 10 Chelsea Drive?
No, there's not.
Okay, so Mr. Ross.
I'll move to defer the application so that a new notice can be prepared and distributed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ross. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Mr. Dalton, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Item 4 has been deferred unanimously.
Next is item 11, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, yes, item 11, which is (16) Burtonwood Crescent. Purpose is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage and a secondary suite. We have Rohit Kumar,
So, Mr. Chair,
agent.
I just want to let you know that Rohit Kumar is not in the attendees list. He is not present currently.
Okay, then.
We've emailed him, so we are waiting for a response currently.
Sorry.
We've emailed him, so we're just waiting on a response to see if he's.
Okay, well then let's maybe we'll do the remaining 3, and then come back to him.
Okay, perfect. So that's the only person now.
You can keep checking in on
We'll keep checking on.
Mr. Kumar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, then let's move on to the next item to be deferred, which is number 12. 493 Valermo Drive. Purpose is to convert the existing basement into a secondary suite and to construct a basement walkout. The registered agent is Anthony Bartolini. Mr. Bartolini?
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
It's Anthony Bartolini speaking. We would like to request a deferral on this application just to make some modifications to satisfy city staff. If that's
Okay,
possible.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's just, yep, sure. We'll just decide on that momentarily. Is there anyone in the room here to speak to 493 Valermo Drive? No? No one online? Okay, then we can proceed to a motion then to defer item number 12.
I'm happy to make that motion. Since community planning is actually seeking refusal of this application, I move for deferral.
Yep, thank you, Ms. Alderson.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Item 12 is deferred unanimously. We'll move ahead then to item 13. 28 Blair Athol Crescent. Purpose is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. The agent is Antonella Frone Wild. Antonella, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah, if you could just give us your name and address and then explain
name
why
is
you wish.
Sure.
Explain why you wish deferral.
Okay. My name is Antonella Wild, 12 Holloway Road. We need deferral because in discussing with neighbors, the house was moved 11 inches to the west. Unfortunately, that made the variance for the side yard setback and setback to eaves worse on the west side, and therefore it was an automatic deferral.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the hearing room that came to speak about 28 Blair Athol Crescent? Nope.
There's no one.
No one online?
There's
Okay, then let's move into committee for a decision then. Request to defer item number 13.
Seeing as a new notice is required because of a change of location of the property of the building, move that we defer. So a new notice can be issued.
Seconder, Mr. Dalton, thank you. All in favor? Request to defer is approved unanimously. And I think that's the last one with the exception of number 11, correct?
Yes, we can hold that one till the end.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. If he's not available right now, he's going right at the bottom.
okay. We will wait until the end for him.
Sorry to be draconian, but we do have to proceed. So we will now move back to the registered list in order, starting with item 1, 3 Island View Boulevard. Purpose of this application is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. We don't have any agency comments on this application. We do have one letter of opposition. And the agent is David McKay or Mackay?
Mackay, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, David Mackay, registered professional planner with MHBC, representing the landowner.
Okay. Thanks, David. I think in light of the fact that we do have an interested party, Ms. Jakuba, says here you're in person. You're here? Okay, thank you. In light of the fact that we do have someone that wishes to speak to your application, a brief presentation would be helpful.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So there are, you said there was no agency comments, but I have both urban forestry and community planning comments.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yes. So I'll
Thanks.
speak to
Thank
those
you.
after as part of my presentation. If perhaps staff can go to the drawings and specifically the site plan A310. I'll begin there. So members of the committee, this application is for a new single detached dwelling to replace the existing dwelling that sits on the site today. Because of the unique nature of the site and surrounding area, it does create a number of the variances. This lot obviously backs onto Lake Ontario, and as a result, there is the shoreline hazard feature that takes up a good component of the rear portion of the site, and that necessitates the variance relative to the FSI because you can't count the lands below the top of bank as part of that calculation. It also creates the variances relative to variances to the TRCA, variances 6, 7, and 8. We have worked with the TRCA to have them review the drawings, and they are supportive of the proposal, confirming that it does meet their guidelines. And as you can see, there's no comments from TRCA with regards to the proposal. We will be subject, obviously, to their permitting process as part of the building permit review. Relative to the other variances in terms of the setbacks, and staff, I'm not seeing the site plan, but if you could bring that up, please. The first variance.
Sorry for interrupting you. We just currently have some technical difficulty, so there's a little bit of a lag. So it's populated
no problem.
right now.
No problem. Thank you, staff. So with regards to, I'll just continue on. With regards to the front yard setback, the bylaw requires on a corner lot that you average usually there's averaging of the front yard setback. As you can see, actually on the screen with the survey, the house to the right of the property on Island View is significantly set back. So that starts to create the defining feature in terms of the averaging. And that's why we want to bring the building up close to the street in accordance and similar to other houses on Island View with a 6-meter setback. And that is why we are creating that, why there's an issue there in terms of the setback requirement in terms of the dwelling. Relative to the length of the dwelling, again, because of the unique nature of the lot, it's trapezoidal in shape, and we're truncated because of the TRCA regulated area. Our client is elongating the building and utilizing the space between the front yard setback and the rear of the building, and it's because of that, the shape of that, it's from one end, the closest to the property line, to the back end, that creates the additional length. However, it does create a very usable property, usable building that's in keeping with the surrounding character. Relative to the point of the pedestrian access, that is a technical matter. There is a 5-meter grade differential on the site, and that is what creates the established grade. And therefore, if you look at the drawings, the established grade is actually below the building in the ground. So that's why we need it necessitates the variance for established grade. And then lastly, it's the variance relative to the access point. The bylaw requires that an access point, if it's located on a corner position, that it should be on the flanking side, which would be Lake Crescent. And we are choosing to put it onto the Island View address in terms of the access to the garage and the driveway. We think that's more appropriate. The house faces that way, and it makes a more readable, usable, and addressing for the site. With that, sir, I will then just address some of the comments in terms of, firstly, the urban forestry comments. They are concerned, and if we could go to, sorry, staff, A310. They are concerned with two trees that are on the property. And if you can, there's one that is next to the garage. And the issue there is not the house itself, but a retaining wall that my client's architect was looking to bring in to deal with the slight grade differential there. And we can adjust that
Sir,
to not.
Sir, you've just run out of time. Your 5 minutes are up.
Okay. Right. Okay. Thank you, sir. With
I'll
that,
give you
I'll just say
15
that
seconds.
we can address the urban forestry comments and through their permit process. And with regards to staff's comments, we think that it's an overreach. The bird-friendly guidelines do not apply to single detached dwellings, and we think it's onerous and not required. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Call on Ms. Jacobaz. Looks like the immediate neighbor. Morning, ma'am. And can you just repeat your name and give us your address, please?
Okay, my name is Anastasia Jacobaz. I live at 5 Island View Boulevard.
Put your mic down a little bit.
Better?
Okay,
Okay.
you can proceed then.
Good morning. I'm just here due to one concern. It's regarding 5 trees. 4 are on my property and 1 is on the adjacent road allowance. And I believe they're subject to tree protection requirements. So along with the letter I previously submitted, there's a document that includes some pictures of the trees and some mapping that might be a helpful reference. It's trees located at 5 Island View Boulevard. So 2 trees are over 30 centimeters in diameter. 1 tree is over 40 centimeters in diameter. And this creates requirements for a minimum protection zone of 2.4 and 3 meters respectively. This is according to the information on the tree declaration form. All 3 trees are approximately 1.2 meters or less from the existing dwelling or retaining wall, meaning the demolition work falls within the prescribed protection zone. It's likely there would be some fill or possibly some grading changes within this area as well. Added to that, going further east along the property line, so heading towards the lake, there are 2 more private trees over 40 centimeters in diameter. I had initially thought these would be clear from the work area. They're quite removed from the new build site. But based on the details of the tree planning and protection review memo, it's possible they may also require some protection. So I really value these trees. They're part of my home. They're part of the city's urban canopy. They're in good condition. And I'm just asking for their health and protection to be accounted for in the process to ensure that any injuries are either minimized or avoided during the demolition, construction, and landscaping phases, in keeping with conditions 1 and 2 and the advisory comments listed on the conditions of urban forestry memo. That's it.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. If you could just take your seat for a moment. Is there anyone else in the room that came to speak to 3 Island View Boulevard? No? Is there anyone online? No. Okay, then we'll call on David again for a rebuttal opportunity.
Thank you, sir. With regards to the trees, as I was briefly mentioning at the end, the 2 trees that urban forestry has identified, we can adjust the plans, the landscaping components of the plans, not the dwelling, to adjust and protect those trees and not injure them. Relative to the neighbors' trees, in reviewing the arborist report, there will be some requirement for injury, and that they are suggesting exploratory digs and whatnot in accordance with standard urban forestry practices to ensure that the trees survive throughout construction, and that will be reviewed and determined through the urban forestry permit process, and we'll endeavor to work with the neighbor accordingly in that regard to ensure that those trees survive.
Okay, thank you. And you're aware of and okay with the planning department's conditions? There are 4 of them.
So, sir, I was cut off there, but I did say that I think it's an overreach by the planning department. This is a single detached dwelling with a single detached that exists today. It's not a pristine forested area or ravine. So requiring a natural heritage study when it wasn't required for example, across the street at One Lake Crescent, in my opinion, is overreach. Relative to the conditions that speak to the bird-friendly guidelines, conditions 2 and 3, those items, the bird-friendly guidelines do not apply to low-rise buildings with less than 5 units. They do not apply. So it is an overreach by planning staff, in my opinion, and should not be implemented as a condition. And with regards to condition 4, subject to the minor modifications to the landscape design to address the urban forestry comments, I have no concerns with condition 4.
Okay. If the committee decided in favor of this with the planning department's conditions, would you accept that decision, or would you prefer to for the matter to be well, I guess refused?
Well, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, sir, as the clerk will term. So if committee feels that those conditions are appropriate and reasonable, despite my commentary, then we'll have to live with them and work through those items. But we prefer not to.
Yeah, I was going to say you would still have an opportunity to negotiate with the planning department on the appropriateness or not of those conditions. But I'm just,
that's true, sir.
I'm just anticipating. I don't dictate the proceedings here, how people are going to decide. But I'm just anticipating, you know, what the outcome might be.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I understand.
I hear you. Okay, I didn't give the panel an opportunity to ask Ms. Jacobaz an opportunity for you to ask questions. Did anybody have any questions for her?
For the neighbor?
Okay, fine. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Mackay?
I have a comment. I mean, he's asking for 8 variances, some of which are not small matters. You know, some of them are fairly large variances. So I just think that community planning has, I know they have 4 conditions, but I think they're quite reasonable in view of the 8 variances that the applicant is asking for. And they're not small. Some of them are not small variances. So I think he got off pretty light actually in view of it.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say or a question to ask? Then I think we're good to go into committee for a decision.
I just, before we do, I just wanted to ask the applicant to expand on the comments relative to conditions 2 and 3 of the bird conditions. As to why you feel they were necessary.
Well, sir, the city staff are referring back to the city's bird-friendly development guidelines and best practices. That document specifically does not apply to low-rise residential with less than 5 units. So it's not applicable in any other circumstance except for as a requested condition. And as I said, if the committee feels it's necessary to impose those conditions, we'll live with them and deal with planning staff. But on a fundamental basis, we don't think it's appropriate for planning staff to ask for something they're not entitled to.
Can we ask staff whether that is in fact the case? Can staff respond to that, please?
I'm not very familiar with those guidelines.
Okay. Because we have imposed that condition on a
Yes,
number.
we
have
those
imposed that condition on a number of homes being built near ravines, near Lake Ontario. Yeah, this is not an unusual request from community planning. So that being said, if no one else has any questions or comments, I'm prepared to make a motion. I think community planning has been very generous, by the way, with just these 4 conditions. So I move for approval, subject to urban forestry's conditions 1 and 2, and community planning's 4 conditions.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Alderson. Is there a seconder for Ms. Alderson's motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? That is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
That is with the condition.
Oh, yeah. Item 2, 2140 Kipling Avenue, units 7, 8, and 9. Purpose is to make interior alterations to the existing eating establishment. We have no agency comments. And we have a registered agent and the owner. Panel, are we in need of a presentation on this matter? No? Yeah, pretty straightforward. Is the agent, Mr. Dobaj, available?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, the panel's just decided that we don't need a presentation. You have a right to make one if you wish, but we're quite
No, it's a very
satisfied.
straightforward application. Yeah.
Exactly. So we'll proceed then without hearing from you, unless anybody have any questions for Mr. Dobaj? No? Okay, good. Anyone in the room here that came to speak to 2140 Kipling? No? No one online? Okay, then I guess we can go into committee and make a decision then.
Yeah. On that basis, as you said, application is very straightforward. It meets the 4 tests, and I move a motion for approval as there is also no conditions.
Yes, thank you. Seconded for Mr. Dalton's
I'll
motion.
second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? That item is approved unanimously. Items 3 and 4 have been deferred. We can move to item number 5. (12 to 14 Goldthorne). Purpose of this application is to permit an online vehicle dealership at 12 Goldthorne Avenue. The existing office and warehouse at 14 Goldthorne Avenue will be maintained. A previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances related to use and the number of parking spaces. We have 2 variances. And we have community planning has requested 7 conditions of approval. We did receive a couple of days ago a presentation from the agent. I think it might be helpful to us to hear from the agent on this one. Yeah.
Whatever you think, Chair.
Yeah, okay, if we could ask for a brief presentation from Mr. Mongat.
Yes, good morning to the committee. My name is Rupneet Mongat from
Yes,
Weston.
sorry, ma'am.
From Weston Consulting.
I introduced you as a gentleman. I'm sorry, ma'am.
That's okay. With Weston Consulting, 201.
What's your address?
Yeah, 201 Millway Avenue, Vaughan, Ontario. I'm the agent representing the applicant at 12 to 14 Goldthorne Avenue. So I'll just make a brief presentation. So the applicant previously applied for a minor variance application in 2021 to permit the use of the site for an online vehicle dealership and the reduction in the parking for the associated use. And the application was approved subject to conditions for a period of 3 years. Since the previous approval, the COVID-19 pandemic slowed down the applicant's expansion plans, and disruptions in the supply chain combined with shifting sales during the pandemic impacted the applicant's business and prevented them from moving into a larger space. So the purpose of this current minor variance application before you is to secure a 3-year extension for the continued use of an online vehicle dealership on the site and the reduction in parking associated with that use. It's going to be subject to the same conditions for an additional 3 years. And this is just so the business can recover and the applicant can look for a larger space to accommodate their growing needs. I'll speak to a little bit how the business operates. So it is not a conventional vehicle dealership, as it is exclusively online, where consumers browse and shop for vehicles online, and they make purchases online, and then the cars are shipped directly to the purchaser, which is usually located at a designation, which is their house or their business. And so customers are not able to visit the site, and it's not advertised as a showroom, and it's only intended by employees. And so the business operates strictly only through an online platform, and detailed images and videos are available online for customers to browse through. All the paperwork is prepared and completed online. And so in this case, the property really functions as a vehicle depot or a warehouse, which are both permitted uses within the zone and the OP. And really it's necessary for the business to obtain this use because it's a necessary requirement from the Ontario motor vehicle industry. And it requires that the site be designated for a vehicle dealership use. So we would like to note that the applicant has complied with the conditions for the last 3 years without issue. And the purpose of the extension is just, the purpose of the application is just to seek an extension for another 3 years. As indicated through the staff report, there's no city departments or concerns, including city transportation. We did work with staff to address all of their concerns in advance of this committee meeting, and we have come to an agreement on the conditions. And so through the adherence to the existing variance conditions, safeguards are put in place to ensure that the dealership is confined to online retailing only. We do understand that there is a letter of opposition submitted with this application from the neighbor, and I can speak to that briefly. We understand that the neighbor and the applicant were able to speak to each other and resolve the issue amongst themselves. And we would like to note that the neighbor does not oppose the application. They're only concerned with street parking. And in regards to the concerns related to street parking, we find that they're addressed by the conditions set by staff, as the conditions limit the ability for the public to utilize the site. So the business is an online-only vehicle dealership. It won't permit in-person appointments, and customers are solely making purchases online. The parking is only accessible for employees of the business, and the parking supplied is sufficient to meet the demand.
Ma'am, you have 20 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, so yeah, so we would just say that, the parking that's on the site is sufficient, and the applicant will work with the neighbor to ensure that no street parking obstructs their business or their turning of trucks. And yeah, so we're just seeking a 3-year extension subject to the conditions that's provided by staff.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel, any questions or comments for the agent? Yeah, Mr. Dalton.
Maybe a stupid question, but is there an opportunity to test drive?
No, there's not.
Oh, really? Okay.
Chair, just one fast question. I did have the opportunity to review the Weston report, very thorough. My question is related to the planning conditions. You're accepting all 7 conditions. Is that correct?
Yes, we are all accepting of the 7 conditions.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay, we do have a registered speaker, Yasir Kamani. You available to speak to us?
I open them up now.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, great. So yeah, I did get a chance to talk to
Name and address, please.
Yasser Kimani, address 215 Evans Avenue.
Okay.
So I'm a neighbor, about one or two buildings down. So my main concern, as they mentioned, is not necessarily with their application themselves, them being a dealership conducting business. I have no problem with that. I'm just concerned about the parking on the street. So I have a couple pictures actually in the notes that I sent on the PDF file that you guys are sharing. The staff parking that they say they use for the street is extensive. They up and down the street on both sides, making it extremely difficult for our trucks to get in, get out. We have our back gate that leads onto GOLDTHORNE, where trucks that have 53-foot containers have to leave to ship our goods in and out. And it's a very common route for us. Just that's the way onto Horner. So if you continue going through the pictures, you'll see I have a picture of a truck trying to leave when they're just doing regular business operations and parking their cars. It is extremely tight. And every truck driver I have talked to has found great difficulty trying to leave. I talked to the people over at Clutch. I think he came by yesterday. We didn't come to a resolution per se, because one of my concerns was this truck driving, and they said they would help to eliminate parking near that exit for our building, but I don't know who's going to enforce that and for how long. The other major concern that I think is for everybody is the fact that with cars parked on both sides, two-way traffic is extremely difficult. God forbid we need an emergency vehicle down GOLDTHORNE, and there's also a truck coming down. I don't really see how that works. So my main concern is only parking their business operations. I have no issues with if we can just find a way to mitigate this parking issue, maybe restrict parking to one side or whatever you guys deem fit. But I think the fact that cars are parked all the way up to our exit and on both sides is not only a danger to our truck drivers, it affects the businesses in the area trying to have emergency vehicles through. It affects our business operations and could honestly pose a risk to their employees' cars. It's honestly a big issue that I think affects all of us, and it's definitely something that should be taken into account before any changes are ratified.
Okay, thank you. Is your property commercial or industrial or residential or?
Commercial. We're a business. We sell uniforms and textiles.
Okay, I know your business. Yeah. All right. Panel, any questions for?
Chair, I have a question.
Yep.
Thank you for your presentation. I wanted to ask, are you aware who it is that's generating all that street parking?
Yes. So I talked to the general manager of Clutch, the general manager of Ontario Clutch. I think his name was Dusan, and he mentioned that the street parking is all staff, up and down. Now, is that true? I'll take his word for it. He seemed like a nice guy. So let's say it's staff parking all the way up and down. But I think that still is an issue.
Staff from any
Clutch.
Particular business?
In his business, Clutch. He says it's his staff parking, and he mentioned that they have two shifts, one at 8 and one at 10:30. And when he came by yesterday at about, we were walking actually back there at around 10, and I saw people coming for that 10:30 shift. His employees parking there.
If transportation services were to amend some of the parking regulations on the street, would that be part of the solution? Prohibiting parking in close proximity to the driveways, allowing parking perhaps only on one side of the street. Would those types of solution help?
Yeah, that's really all I'm looking for. I don't want to impede any of their business operations at all.
Okay, thank you.
So I had a question. My understanding is this is an extension of an existing application for 3 years. Is that correct?
Seems that way.
You're asking a question of the owner?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because the follow-up question is, what problems, if any, have there been specifically in the first 3 years of the agreement?
Well, I think it would be the
I
owner
can-
that would address that, not the neighbor. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
can
right
speak to
now we're dealing with just the neighbor because it's
Yeah, we're
their
dealing with the
time.
neighbor right now. We'll have an opportunity later.
Okay.
Any questions for Mr. Kamani? No, we're good. Okay. Okay, Ms. Mungat, you have an opportunity to rebut what you've just heard.
Yes, thank
And
you.
I know at least at the end, Mr. Ross has a question for you,
Okay.
but we'll wait.
Yeah, just in response, I
rebuttal.
will say that the owner is actively looking for new space to, relocate their business. And I will note that of the employees that do come to the site, not all of them are there for the full period of time. Some are there for short periods of time, and those are who could park on the street. There are currently no restrictions on street parking on GOLDTHORNE. And so street parking is allowed. And, the street parking could be generated by any one of the businesses in the area, not just our applicant's business. And so, the business has been operating for the past 3 years without any issue. And we would note that, if the neighbor would like to see formal restrictions on street parking, that it would be best formally discussed with transportation staff. Yeah, so just, the applicant is actively looking for a new space, and there are no restrictions currently on street parking. And the street parking that's by employees there for a short period of time, they're not there the full day.
Okay, thank you. So panel questions or comments from Ms. Mungat? Mr. Ross, I know you have one.
Yeah, so you have had no complaints whatsoever on this. When I look, for example, at the photo which we had up, I certainly wouldn't want to be that semi driver trying to navigate that.
Or the owner of the little white car.
So that's correct. We've had no complaints from transportation staff, and I believe this is the first we're hearing from the neighbor.
Any other questions or comments?
Why would you object to some solutions such as parking on one side or time restrictions or something like that?
We're not opposed to any of those conditions, so we would accept transportation staff limiting parking close to their access. And the applicant is committed to having employees not park in those spots close to the neighbor's access.
So I just wanted to note that Transportation Services didn't provide us with any comment.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I don't think we can kind of invent some kind of a condition on this.
The company that's voiced his concerns, I mean, what he needs to do is call his local councillor, because that matter would have to go to community and city council for approval too, because it doesn't look like there's any restrictions on the street parking. So in order to do that, speak to your councillor. They'll send out staff to look at it, prepare a report, and then they would put some restrictions in place, but we can't do that.
I certainly agree with that, Sam.
And there have been no comments specifically.
Exactly.
That's pretty much what I was going to say, but I will also ask, how many employees drive their cars to work? And is there any option for public transit in that neighborhood?
Yes, so there was a previous parking justification letter prepared by Crozier, and they do note the several bus routes in the area. So there's a number of them. There's 15, bus route 15, bus route 44, Kipling, KEELE. And so there's a number of active and public transportation options to access the site via transportation, and not only cars.
It's just encouraging your employees to take public transit when they can. Obviously, if they're shift workers working late at night, they can't do that. Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, I don't believe there's any. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. There's only 3 people. Are any of you here to speak to this item? Okay. Just if you don't mind, I want to take 30 seconds and check in on what items you are here for, so I don't have to ask the question every time. By number? 14? Both of you? And ma'am?
Number 9.
9. Okay, I'm just going to take a little, just put some asterisks here.
Number 9. My list is just the owner number 9.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Perfect. Okay, thank you. And there's no one online to speak to this 12 to 14 Goldthorne? No? Number 5? Nothing? Okay. Okay, so then let's go into committee and make a decision on this one.
Chair, I'm prepared to speak on this item. This is an existing operation. They're requesting an additional 3 years. I think they've heard enough, even though Weston has prepared a very thorough study, and Crozier did a parking justification study, that there is parking generated, not necessarily by clutch only, but by other businesses in the area. So I believe it's something that transportation services can deal with. With that said, I'm prepared to move approval of the application where the variance is being requested, because in my view, it's reasonable and appropriate, particularly since it's for an additional 3 years. So if the applicant is prepared to accept all 7 conditions of planning, move approval with those 7 conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder for Mr. Gully's motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. All in favor? Okay, that application is approved with planning conditions unanimously. So we can now move on to item 6. 84 Corbett Avenue. Purpose is to construct a 1-story addition along the west side of the existing detached garage. We have no agency comments. We have 8 support letters. Panel, can we define this one as simple and straightforward and forego a presentation, or does anybody wish to listen to a presentation?
I just have a question.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yep. Rebecca Carroll is the agent. Are you available, Rebecca?
Yes, my name is Rebecca Carroll from Placement Design, 160 The Westway, Etobicoke, and I'm the agent representing the owners of 84 Corbett Avenue.
Yep, okay. Ma'am, we as a panel have decided that we don't feel a need for a presentation. Your application is pretty straightforward. Would you be okay with foregoing a presentation and perhaps?
Yes, that's, yeah. Any questions?
At least one question that I know of, and perhaps more.
No problem. Yes, happy with that.
Okay, let's do that then. So, Mr. Dalton, we'll start with you because I know you have a comment or a question.
Yeah, it has to do with variance number 5. You're looking to reduce the soft landscaping from 50 to 13.61%. And I'm looking at the photos that were submitted. And that green space, what is that exactly?
I believe it's just soft landscaping, grass area.
Is it real grass or is it turf?
I believe it is, it's grass.
Like real grass?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think so, but I can confirm.
As opposed to indoor outdoor carpet.
Exactly, that's what it looks like. But then the question is that the 13.61% is being deemed as soft landscaping? Or is there
Yes,
more
that
in
would
the
be
rear?
including that grass area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else have a question or a comment on this one?
Just a comment.
Yep, go ahead,
It
make your
does
comment.
look like artificial turf to me.
Anything else? And do we have nothing online? Okay. Okay, then I think,
I understand there was an order to comply as well.
yes, I noted there's an order to comply.
So I'd like to get a bit of information on that.
Then ask away.
Because the supplementary material also talked about the order to comply.
Yep. So do you have anything to say or ask about that, or you're just noting it?
I'm really asking what that's for.
Yes, sorry. So there was an order to comply for this addition to the garage. Our client, the property owner, purchased the house in 2020 unaware of the order to comply. It was built by the previous owners roughly around 2014. So the current owners were only made aware of it when an order to comply was reissued. So they're just seeking approval to try and make this right and get a building permit to approve it. They were unaware of the order to comply when they purchased the property, and they didn't construct it. So they're just trying to make things right.
Is that okay, Mr. Ross?
Yeah.
Alrighty. So I think then we can now go into committee for.
Sorry, Chair, I still had a bit of an issue with the response to variance number 5.
Mhm.
Is that 13% then turf, or will that
If
be
it-
removed?
If it is artificial grass, then we can have it removed. I'm not 100% sure which it is, but we can replace it with grass if it is not real grass.
If the committee does choose to approve that variance, the variance asks specifically for soft landscaping
Correct.
grass.
Yeah.
So I
So
just
we can,
need
as a part of the building permit, we can make sure that is complying with the requirement for the soft landscaping and replace it with grass if required.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have one more question then.
Yep.
So just to reconfirm, then all of this work was done prior to the purchase of it, correct? And they
Exactly,
thought everything
correct.
was okay.
Exactly.
Understood.
They thought everything was built as of right, but unfortunately
okay.
it had been done already.
It was not. Got it. Thank you.
But they have it, all of the neighbors have agreed to, they don't have any complaints. It's been in place for almost 10 years, I think over 10 years. And everybody using that lane has no issue with the proximity to the property line in the lane.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, last call for questions or comments. We are now in committee and we will be making a decision.
I'm happy to make a motion to support this application. We have 8 letters of support and it seems to be minor in nature. I would like to make sure though that the artificial turf that it looks to be is replaced with real sod, if that can be added to the I know it's implied by soft landscaping, but I wonder if it could be actually indicated in a more direct way.
So what about the 13% rear soft landscaping shall be maintained as sod, and then in brackets, not artificial turf or something?
That sounds good. I like that. Okay.
I'll second.
And is the agent is okay with that, I'm sure.
Okay, motion by Ms. Alderson, seconded by Mr. Dalton. In favor? That application is approved unanimously with the condition regarding the soft landscaping. We now move to item number 7. 156th Street. Purpose is to construct a new laneway house in the rear yard. There are no agency comments or conditions. And we have one letter of opposition. And
Morning.
the agent is, yep, Mr. Chris Hayashi.
Chris Hayashi, correct.
Hi. Yeah. Panel, do we need a presentation on this one? In anybody's opinion? No, we're good. If you're okay, it's a pretty straightforward application. We'll just proceed without a presentation, if you agree.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's fine.
Oh, good. Yeah, most people don't disagree with that. There may be a question or two. We'll find out in a second, but other than that, we'll just proceed. Panel, any questions or comments before we proceed?
I actually do have a question just to
Yeah,
say.
yeah.
I'm looking at photos right now that were taken by, I'm assuming, not by the applicant, but by the neighbor who sent in.
No, actually, I took those photos.
You took those photos, okay.
That would have been me. Correct.
So your bins look like are those your bins in the driveway?
Bins? No.
The recycling.
You mean out front?
Yeah.
Garbage bins? Yeah, those are our bins. That's correct. Yeah.
6 of them. And you leave them there and you don't have any complaints from neighbors?
Oh, I have no complaints, but I do that because of the church. The church next door has a lot of charity going on, and they have events all the time, and they do food and feed everybody, and they just throw their garbage in my bins.
Okay.
So I kind of leave it there for them. It just keeps everything. They have no
You've got
bins outside.
A codependent situation there. So okay,
Yeah,
that's fine.
I just kind of left it
Okay,
there for the.
I just wanted to check on that. Okay, that's fine. I was actually thinking that they had been sent in by the complainant, but no.
Oh,
Okay,
no,
thank you.
No problem.
Panel, anything else? Questions? Comments? And staff, do we have any online speakers? Not. Okay, then we can proceed into committee for a decision.
Chair, we're to make a motion on this. One of the variances relates to parking. Parking is not an issue. Transportation services is not raised it as an issue. With respect to variance number 2, the angular plane, planning has made no comments. I think it's appropriate. The application is reasonable, appropriate, desirable. Move approval, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? That application is approved unanimously with no conditions. Yeah, let's take a morning break until 11 a.m. Okay, we'll be back at 11.
I'm just gonna do a quick mic check for Rohit Kumar. Rohit, are you there? And meeting with you. Okay, perfect. So I just want to let you know your item will be the last item for this time slot. So I just want to let you know that's.
You've been away a lot? Yeah.
So we will call you in the last item and I'll put you on mute, off mute. So just wait until the end.
This one. Number 8, 24. What am I on? Okay, are we all set now? No, this one. Here, I use this one. Yeah, okay. Item 8, 2441 Keele Street. Purpose is to legalize and to maintain the existing rear addition. We have clearances from Ravine and Natural Features, TRCA. We have an order to comply. We have 8 support letters. No other agency comments or conditions. Is there anyone online that wishes to speak to this one? No? Okay. So panel, do we need a presentation on this one? Okay. Kevin Barry?
Morning.
Mr. Barry?
Good morning.
Good morning. The panel has decided it does not need a presentation. Would you be okay with foregoing that and potentially answering any questions we may have?
Of course.
Okay. So, panel, any questions or comments before we decide?
So there's a couple of variances are not insignificant.
Okay.
In terms of length, depth. So why are we dealing with an OTC here? Were they built without permit?
Sorry, what's your question?
Some of the variances are not insignificant. I'm just wondering why they were built without a permit.
Well, we don't typically concern ourselves with sort of the history or, behind the orders to comply, but I guess would you like to hear a bit of that story?
Well, so is there a plan in place to comply?
No, there's a plan in place to get variances approved so that it satisfies the provisions of the zoning bylaw.
Right.
After the fact. Yeah. He's not saying he's going to tear it down and build it to comply. He wants us to say the variances meet the 4 tests, and that notwithstanding whatever the reasons were for building without a permit, that we're satisfied that it's okay. That's really the essence of what we're looking at.
I was just really then going to ask about the length and depth as to why you were.
So do you want to go ahead then and ask the agent your question?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to. Why the length and depth is not an insignificant increase.
Okay.
Yeah, so just for context, if that's what you're asking, the current owner, my client, purchased the property just last year, and we inherited a lot of the existing conditions on site, including the non-compliance and the order to comply. The goal of this is just basically to seek a minor variance to show compliance and then ultimately fulfill the order to comply. I can't really speak to the design aspect behind it because this literally was done in the late 90s, which is, again, something that my owner inherited. So I don't know if I can satisfy your question.
So, okay, so this has been there for quite a while.
Late 90s is our estimate. We don't have records clearly.
Okay. Okay, well, that's obviously, I'm not trying to get the exact date. But that's something that's been around for a while.
So you're okay, not necessarily with the application, but
yeah, and
okay to proceed?
Any concerns from neighbors and so on. Back there before.
Okay, then.
Sure, just 2 fast questions. But your client recently purchased the property, correct? Like a year or 2 ago?
That's right.
1 year.
1 year.
And when there was title transfer, wouldn't that have shown up that
yeah,
when you do the search, they would identify the fact
yeah,
that
there's a letter of compliance. You're right. There is a compliance report that's issued that most lawyers do as part of the transfer. The integrity of those orders were reestablished. I think there may have been, and I don't want to speak directly on the order current, but I believe the previous order was more of a non-compliance and not an actual OTC. So it was basically a concern from the building department, and then they helped facilitate this by recently reinitiating it, which is where my owner got involved with now being aware of it. So I can't comment on the transaction and what took place and whether or not we were fully disclosed, but the current fact is that it is a current thing that we're dealing with and we're taking very seriously.
Fair enough. What's the length of the lot? I'm trying to look at a figure, find a figure in one of the drawings, and I can't.
It's
Should
significant.
be in the survey.
Yeah, it's on the survey there.
Yeah, the survey.
I don't see it, but my 135. Okay, so my point was going to be that the lot is very long, and when you look at the structure that's existing, I think the variances related to length and depth of building seem appropriate. Thank you. That wasn't a question, but I guess I answered my own question. Thank you.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think that sort of answered my question as well about the length.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Bill? Ms. Alderson? Okay.
So, Chair, I am prepared to move approval. There's a report from TRCA. They have no
Sorry,
issues.
Dominic, just a second. Is there anyone online that wanted to speak to this one? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Chair, I'm prepared to move approval of the variances that are being requested. I think they're appropriate, they're desirable, and certainly for an existing situation. We have no comments from TRCA other than to say that they're fine with the project. No conditions from Urban Forestry, and TRCA is fine with that as well, as I had said. And no comments from planning. Move approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder for Mr. Gully's motion?
I'll second that.
Mr. Dalton, thank you. All in favor? That application is approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 9, 41 Alicewood Court. Purpose is to convert the existing dwelling into a fourplex. There is one variance regarding a parking space. We have clearances from Ravine and Natural Features and TRCA. We have a 14 signature opposition petition. And we have 3 parties that wish to speak to this application. And we have hopefully the agent, Diane Wolzik. Ms. Wolzik?
Yes.
Oh,
sorry.
I wrote down that you're here and didn't read.
It's okay.
So I think in light of the opposition, that's important for you to present here. Yeah.
Okay. My name's Diane Wolchuk. I reside at 2107 Banbury Crescent. Good morning.
Morning.
I am the owner of 41 Alicewood Court. I'm applying to convert this house into a fourplex. This is in line with the City of Toronto's initiative to build more apartments in order to increase density and alleviate the housing crisis. Fourplexes became legal in this area in May 2023 when Toronto City Council adopted official plan and zoning bylaw amendments which permitted multiplexes citywide. I saw the petition from the neighbors and the letter from Mr. CRESCENT, City Councillor of Ward 1. I see their concerns. However, no one spoke for or against the matter at hand, which is whether or not I should be allowed a driveway. Their letters were reasons why they were against a fourplex. However, That has already been decided by the city through the EHON initiative to facilitate more low-rise housing in residential neighborhoods. 41 Alicewood Court is located in RD zone, which allows converting an existing house to contain 4 units. The City of Toronto wants units, and the city's plans are not site-specific to certain areas of the city. Density is the overall plan by the planning department. Units are needed in this area for hospital workers at Etobicoke General and for Humber College, which are both walking distance from this property. If the fourplex was an issue, it would have been a variance on my zoning review. City planning and parking did not have any concerns. The issue is 1 parking space. There's a good chance that this driveway will not be used, and as per city bylaws, parking is not needed at all for a fourplex. If this minor variance was for parking was not raised, the fourplex would have been passed and permits submitted. The streetscape would not be altered in any way, as the footprint, size, and height of the house does not change. This is an interior renovation only. The drawings are posted if you'd like to take a look. The character of the neighborhood would in no way be compromised. If you were to walk by the house, there would be no way for you to tell that there's 4 units in it. I have 1 minor variance from the zoning review, which is a parking space may not be located in a front yard abutting the street. I'm having trouble understanding why I can't have a driveway and why this bylaw is in place. The driveway has always been in the front yard, and everyone has one. It will not adversely affect the neighbors. The house will remain physically the same. This variance seems unremarkable and benign. 52 Alicewood Court converted their garage into living space and has a driveway in the front yard. It is aesthetically pleasing to the eye and fits into the neighborhood nicely. Mine would be similar, however, would have a lot more softscaping. There's a picture of 52 Alicewood Court if you'd like to take a look. Each time that I go to my property, there are very few vehicles parked on the road in close proximity to the house. Sometimes none at all. This is not surprising, as most houses have very large driveways which can hold 3 to 4 vehicles per driveway. What I do notice is that the vehicles that do park on the road near 41 Alicewood are from people who drive there from other areas to use the city park and its walking trails. The walkway to the park is situated right beside my home. There isn't a city parking lot for them to use, therefore they do have to park on the road. Please see the pictures labeled 41 Alicewood Court. The following are the reasons why I believe the variance should be granted. Having a driveway will reduce on-street parking if needed. There are no concerns from the city planner or parking. The proposed driveway meets City of Toronto bylaws with regards to the size of the driveway. Even with the driveway, the home will still have 85% of soft landscaping in the front yard, which exceeds the minimum requirement of 75%. The proposed driveway would be in the same spot that it is now, therefore the facade will be the same. All homes on Alicewood Court have a driveway. It would look odd to be the only house without a driveway and would change the dynamics of the street and the curb appeal of the house. From experience, given the size of the apartments proposed, these would be suitable for a single person or maximum a couple, not more than that. That is what I'd be looking for as tenants. Also from experience, people who rent 1-bedroom apartments usually do not own a vehicle. They use Uber or public transportation, especially since TTC is convenient and very short walk away. With the proposed renovation, curb appeal will be upgraded by having new windows, new pavement, and new landscaping. Having a driveway will help increase the curb appeal and reduce on-street parking, which will benefit the immediate community. If the committee would like me to remove the driveway, I will do so. However, that would make the property look much different than the others.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is
in
up.
the area. I respectfully look for you to grant the major variance allowing the driveway. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now let's call on, start calling on the list of speakers. We have 3 registered. Do we have any others online? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't give you that opportunity. Go ahead.
Sorry. I'm looking at what I think is your property right now. Is it beside a City of Toronto right-of-way to a park?
Yes.
It's directly, that's the property I'm looking at. Okay,
yes.
Thank you. So it looks like the driveway is already expanded twofold. I mean, it's fairly wide already.
It was like that when I purchased the property. I didn't change it, but I will be putting grass in that area where the up to where the driveway would be allowed.
Okay. Because it looks like it accommodates 3 cars right now.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's start talking to some of the folks that have registered to speak.
Chair, may I just make a comment?
You can make a comment.
And a question too. The variance before us is the fact that there's a proposed parking space will be located in the front yard. The fact the driveway is there, the driveway is there, the driveway will continue to be there, and the driveway will go basically onto the side. I think the issue here is the fact that the driveway was widened and that there's an additional parking spot in an area that should probably be grassed. So if we grant this, we're granting what is there today. And I'm not saying whether that's good or bad. I'll let the other members decide. But I just want to clarify that point. Is that correct?
Yes, the driveway would be 6 meters wide and the rest would be grass.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, she is proposing on adding more soft landscaping than what is there today, based on the site plan.
Chair, I guess that's my point, is if that parking spot is being removed, then she really doesn't require a variance.
She does. They're converting the existing garage to habitable space.
Okay.
So now you have a driveway that doesn't lead to legal parking. That's why they need the variance, because it's now considered a front yard parking space. Even though it's an existing driveway, but right now it leads to a garage.
Correct. So the variance then relates to that.
Yeah.
But my understanding is that the applicant's purpose is to maintain the existing driveway, and that added area where an additional spot might be will be converted to grass.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there anything else before we proceed? Okay, just before we hear from our speakers, I think a couple of important points to make here. Ms. Wojcik mentioned this in her remarks. Since May 2023, all residential buildings in all neighborhoods throughout the city may be converted to multiplexes, duplex, triplex, fourplex. The only matter before us is this single variance related to a parking space, which is only necessitated because the existing garage is going to be habitable space. So the parking must be in the front yard because the garage isn't going to be available. And as we've just been discussing, in fact, the visual attributes of this property will be improved because of what is now asphalt in front of the front door is going to be converted to soft landscaping. So we're going to listen to everybody, but just remember, fourplexes are allowed throughout the city, and the focus of our intention is on a single variance regarding the parking space. So let's firstly invite Jeffrey Power. Mr. Power.
Hello. Jeffrey, you're unmuted. You can speak now.
Okay. Major concern for me is the parking. If you have 4 apartments, I can see at least 4 vehicles, and there's certainly not enough room on the driveway for 4 vehicles. Parking on the street already is quite crowded, and that being right in the corner would obviously people are going to have to park outside somebody else's house. As far as the building itself goes as a fourplex, so long as there's no outward changes to the building, what goes on inside I'm not concerned about. But I do think that the parking is a major concern.
And the
Thank you.
garbage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Power. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Power? No? Okay.
Sure, just one question. You realize that parking, they're not requesting a variance to parking.
Well,
Well,
what do you mean? Answering.
well, my point is that there will probably be 4 vehicles, extra vehicles, and there certainly won't be enough room on the driveway for 4 vehicles.
And the rules state no more than 3 hours.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Okay, Ms. Wojcik, you're
yes.
gonna have a chance, but we need to hear from everybody
Yes, no
else
problem.
first. Yeah, good, okay. So now let's hear from Mary Vesia.
Hi, I also have the same concern about parking. I
Sorry, you
realize
need
that.
to state your name and.
Sorry, ma'am, your name and address, please.
Oh, sorry, it's Mary Vesia and I live at 57 Alicewood Court.
Okay, go ahead.
We have a number of homes in the area that deals with the parking situations. In the winter, it's the worst. Most of them are parked on the side, on the road. Snow plows cannot get access to, and we have a lot of issues trying to get maneuver around the parking. And these duplexes, fourplexes, you're assuming that not everyone has a car, which I totally disagree. There will be people that will have more than 1 or 2 parked cars in the area. They will be parking on the road. That's our main concern, is the parking, the snow shoveling, because there's parking going to be happening, and we see it all over Alicewood Court. Now, there's a park there. There really isn't a park. It's basically a pathway that goes to the ravine. So there is no park in that area. That's about it right now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vesia. Panel, any questions for Ms. Vesia before we go on? Comments? No, we're good. Okay, then let's hear from Salvatore and Mara.
So, Mr. Speaker, those 2 individuals are not online currently, so we can just move on.
Sorry?
They're not here.
Oh, they're not here?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else online?
No.
No. Okay, Ms. Wojcik, if you could rebut the comments from Mr. Power and Ms. Vesia.
Sure, thank you. My experience with tenants that I have in the area is that they don't normally have vehicles. As I say, people who rent out 1 bedrooms normally don't. I can't say that 100% of them are not going to have them, but that's why it would be nice to have a driveway to alleviate street parking if we needed it. The parking issue, there's been no concerns from parking posted or no letters. As I say, when I go down the street, and it's usually during the day, I'm not usually there in the evening, but during the day, there's no cars around my area. The ones that I do see when I'm doing some gardening and stuff when I'm there, are parking from another area to go to the walkways, which the walkway is right beside the house. Really, that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, I have a question. I know you're going to be restoring at least part of the additional asphalt that leads up to the front of the house.
Yes.
Will the available driveway be wide enough for cars to park beside one another, or not? I know it's a single garage.
Yes, it is.
I have a house like this, and I just widened the driveway a little bit so I can get 2 cars in.
The driveway is slated to be 6 meters wide by 6.19 meters long. I haven't done the actual calculation, but in my calculation or my thoughts, I think we can get 2 cars on there.
6 meters you can.
Yes. So, and And it's a fairly, it's a good size long driveway that I think we can do, if we had to, 3 or 4 cars on there. They'd have to jog cars, but I really don't see that to be an issue because at the moment, nobody at the house has a car and hasn't for the last 3 years. In fact, just in the last week, one person got a car. But for 4 years, this house has had this wide driveway and nobody has been parking there.
Mm-hmm. Pamela, any other questions or comments?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
So you have tenants already in the building.
I do.
And did you have rental agreements with all of them?
Yes.
And did you actually have a clause whereby you said, there will be no parking made available to you? Like,
well,
I think that it would be wise if you have any turnover there to include a clause like that in your new rental agreement, saying there will be minimal parking. You won't necessarily have a spot, and then that will, you'll be straight with everyone.
I'm always very straight with everybody, and the first question that
But in
people
writing is different than
but on the rental agreement there is a I don't know the number, but it does say is parking included, or I don't know the wording.
Okay.
But that is where I would put no
or minimal
or one parking on driveway if the person had a car. But it's very clear on the rental agreement at the bottom of the first page whether they have a parking spot included or not.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah,
thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else from anyone? Okay, then let's go into committee and make a decision.
Okay, I'd like to move a motion. I believe the application is straightforward. I believe it meets the 4 tests, and move a motion for approval as there are no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Is there a seconder for Mr. Dalton's motion? Mr. Ross, thank you very much. All in favor? Okay, your application is approved unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now moving on to item number 10, 4 Darlingbrook Crescent. The purpose is to construct a new accessory structure, a cabana, in the rear yard. We have a revised application, so okay, there's still 2 variances, but the rear yard landscaping has been improved from the original notice. We have a Ravine and Natural Features Advisory Memo. We have no other agency comments. We have no requests to speak to this item. No one online? Just the agent, okay. The agent's Mr. Romano. Panel, does anybody require a presentation on this? No, pretty straightforward. Frank, if you're okay, we'll avoid the need for a presentation here from you and just leave it to maybe a question or 2 that might arise, if that's okay with you.
Mr. Chairman, that's quite fine, and I will just formally revise the application as it's shown there on the screen. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, okay, good. So, panelists, questions, comments?
Just a question. This building has already been built. Is that correct?
Thank you for that question through Mr. Chairman. The cabana has not been constructed. No, the cabana is what is being proposed to be constructed. The dwelling on the property is approaching completion. The cabana has not been constructed.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Anything else? No? So let's go into committee and make a decision.
Chair, I'm prepared to move approval. The request is appropriate. It's desirable. It's consistent with the as-built. 2 variances being requested, very minor in my view. Move approval with no conditions. The only condition was urban forestry condition, which was advisory. So move approval, no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that motion.
Ms. Alderson, thank you very much. All in favor? That application is approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Romano.
Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Hey, you too.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna decide on that deferral, but at the end. So in the meantime, we have number 12 has already been deferred. Number 13 has already been deferred. So we'll do number 14 and then we'll come back to number 11. So item 14 is 17 Highgate Road. Just let me pull it up for a second here. All right. Purpose of this application is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 6 variances. We have urban forestry conditions 1 and 2. We have a Metro Links advisory. We have 2 letters of support and a recommendation from community planning that the application be refused. So we do have, you're both here for this item?
So the agent's online. I can put him on.
No one online?
The agent.
The other agent.
So the
owner.
William.
Okay, we're only going to hear from one. I'll hear from the agent or the owner.
They know.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to speak, please come up and speak.
Yep. So William, you're on.
Oh, online. You're observing and speaking. Go.
William, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Bill Hall. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm the architect, owner of Architect Design Architect. I'm the architect for Mr. and Mrs. Ottavino. I'm happy to give a short presentation if you would like that.
And just what's your address, please?
My address?
Yep.
12 Mill Cove in Etobicoke.
Okay, go ahead.
So I have a question. I'm sorry to interrupt. To the agent, you are aware of the planning report, correct, of October the 28th?
Absolutely, yes. And I'll address that. Okay,
and obviously you've had discussions with planning that I didn't want you to start giving evidence if you weren't aware of that report, but you are aware, right?
I'm well aware. We had a conversation 3 weeks ago.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, Chair.
Yes. I do
Okay,
make.
Go ahead, Mr. Hall.
I do make reference to a number of points in the cover letter that you have already received, but let me just quickly go through the conversation that I did have with planning staff. I spoke to them on October 21st. I discussed our variances, explained the challenges of designing a new home on a 35-foot wide lot. And on a lot this narrow, inches are precious, as you probably well understand. Without a reduction in both side yard and garage width, we would have living and dining rooms only 8 feet wide, basically unfurnishable. The FSI number may seem large, but again, a smaller lot does change the ratios dramatically. And certainly in terms of the actual plan of the home, the rooms inside are not luxurious. This is simply a modern family home. Despite all the explanations, and we did go through that, and we went through certainly the question of length, and there was a back and forth in that regards. The length number is only pertaining to the basement level. Because this home is a smaller home, storage is a problem. And very often what we will do in these houses is excavate under the garage and put in storage under there. Can't be done in this particular instance because of the height of the ground floor. So the suggestion was that we actually put storage under the rear raised porch. Now this raised porch is permitted. And so effectively the storage is invisible. Whether the storage is there or whether it was just dirt, There would be absolutely no change to the massing of the home itself. Despite all these arguments, the staff indicated that they were going to object to all their variances save the garage width. The rationale that was given was that no other property has received collective relief to this degree. Respectfully, I must disagree, and we did agree at that time to agree to disagree. In terms of the amount of relief or to the degree, whatever that means, I would point as a direct example across the road to 16 Highgate Road. This property received a long list of variances, including FSI, coverage, front, side yard setbacks. There are many others. More pertinent might be the addition that was done at 127 Brentwood. Saw numerous variances, including an FSI of 0.8 times, coverage, and side yards. But much of Highgate is still the original housing stock. So most comparable under the new citywide bylaw would be a new build that is currently under construction at 150 Brentwood. This one saw side yards, FSI of 0.79 times, and a coverage of almost 39%. We do appreciate planning's mandate to preserve stable neighborhoods. But Highgate Road and the surrounding neighborhood was built in the 1940s and 50s, when this was the township of Etobicoke, a mix of suburbs and rural uses. The bylaws and built form of that day cannot be compared to 70 years later when Toronto is a megacity, and now we have the citywide bylaw. I believe this proposal would be a good fit for the neighborhood. The built form that you see above grade actually is less than the bylaw in terms of length, and obviously we have support from our neighbors to the south and the rear. Thank you.
Thank you. Panel, any questions for Mr. Hall? Comments?
The extra length, I'm assuming, is because it's what's underneath counts in the length. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. The bylaw is written so any part of the building above or below grade must be included in length if there is a usable space. And so the two storage rooms, a cold room and just a generalized storage area are usable and must be included. So the number is a real number in terms of the zoning bylaw, but in terms of the actual effect, impact on the neighbors, on the properties, it's invisible, essentially.
I got a question for you on variance 3, the south side lot line side yard setback. Is that changed from what the existing situation is, or the same?
That's a change because the existing home has actually got a rear yard garage. So that's a driveway on the south side, but it is completely, if you look at the site plan, you'll note that the original footprint on the north side of our property is exactly 3 feet, which is 0.9. And I should also note that the neighbor on that north property line, they got a variance a short while ago for 0.3, 1 foot setback. So side yard setbacks in this area are absolutely common.
Okay, thank you. Questions, comments?
Quick question. Your immediate neighbor, 19, they have an addition on the back. Do you know how the wall height actually and the length of this new build, how it compares with that? Does it actually mesh up with that? Not
no,
sure.
it does not. Again, the citywide calls for 17 meters in terms of length, and that would exceed any of the neighbors. Both of them are original 40s, 50s housing stock with additions at the back. The additions that were done to the property to the north at number 19 were done much more recently. They have a carport, a second floor office, a number of things like that. But no, they don't line up. Not directly.
They don't line up. Okay, thank you very much.
Anything else?
Yeah.
Yep.
So the crux of planning staff's refusal recommendation is that they're noting that no other application in this area has received the collective relief that's being requested by this application. And by that, that would be, do you have other examples that have sought and obtained approval for lot coverage, max GFA, setback reductions, and building length and depth increases?
It's the only one that I cannot compare. I have numerous examples. I can give you different addresses. The only one I cannot compare is the depths. That is an anomaly, certainly. The largest number was 18.31 on Brentwood, and but that was all above grade. Again, the point that I stressed to planning staff was our built form, the 2-story portion of the home is actually less than the 17-meter requirement. The only thing that actually protrudes that you could see is a 1-story breakfast or kitchen bay.
Anything else? And staff, do we have anyone online?
Nope, we just have the people over here.
So I think we can now go into committee and make a decision.
Chair, I'm prepared to speak on this item. I read anxiously the reports from city planning because I look for direction and I respect the comments that they make. In addition to that, I also closely evaluate the application, the proposal, the variances being requested with adjacent properties and the existing urban form and the evolving urban form. And when I reviewed the 6 variances that were required in this application, I looked at them individually, and I didn't find that what's being proposed is a home which is large compared to the needs of a home today, of a family today. I don't believe that the coverage or the GFA is excessive. The house that's being proposed is relatively small in today's terms, even though the lot is small, so a house is appropriate. The size of house is appropriate on there. With respect to the depth and length, I looked at both houses on either side, and I asked myself, is there any adverse impact on the neighbors? And I concluded that there is not adverse impact on the neighbors. With respect to the parking space at the 3 as opposed to 3.2, minor as far as I'm concerned. And with respect to side yards, particularly in this area and what's happening in Toronto, I don't think that what is being sought is outrageous. So having reviewed each of the variances individually and collectively, I think this is a good application. I believe that's appropriate. The variances are desirable in order to create a home of a good size. So I'm going to move approval subject to urban first through conditions 1 and 2.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder for Mr. Gully's motion?
I'd like to add, and I will second it after I add this comment, that it is sensitive in the design to the neighboring property. So I will second the that application.
Are you satisfied with that adjustment, Mr. Gully?
Absolutely.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Gully, seconded with a slight amendment by Ms. Alderson. All in
Sorry, I
favor?
missed the amendment. Okay.
Okay, a nice clean motion with a second. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, a motion approved by a vote of 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we can proceed with item 11, which is a request for deferral by the agent, Mr. Kumar, who's now available, correct?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Kumar, could you please explain why you're requesting deferral?
It is basically requested because there was some discrepancies between the zoning certificate, what they have put the numbers on, they were not reflected on the drawings. So in order to get them, both coordinated, it took some time, and the city has already circulated their material to the neighbors. So that is what is it is advised to us that that it cannot be done at this hearing, so it needs to be deferred for the next hearing.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for the agent? No?
Well, it wouldn't necessarily be the next hearing, right?
Well, it'll just be what?
The
deferred
next
sine
available
die?
hearing.
Available, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess, yeah, we're moving for deferral to a hearing at a date to be determined.
Sorry, I'll make that motion for deferral.
Okay, seconded.
I'll second that.
Mr. Dalton, thank you. All in favor? Okay, that item has been deferred. We are now finished the morning agenda, and we will resume with afternoon session at 1 p.m.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to go through some mic checks on the attendee list. So I'll start with Chris Calverson. I'm just going to unmute you now. Chris, can you hear me?
Hear me okay?
Yes, I'm just doing a mic check to make sure you're on the line.
Yep, I can hear you okay.
Okay, perfect. I'll mark you here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis, is this Dennis Biffis? Hello, Dennis, can you hear me? Once again, Dennis, can you hear me? Just unmute your mic. I'm just going to do a mic check for you. One more time, Dennis, are you on the line? Okay, I'm going to come back to you. I'm just going to do everyone else, so just hold tight. Okay. Ian Graham, are you on the line?
Hello?
Hi, Ian. I'm just doing a mic check.
Yep, I can hear you.
Perfect. Yep, I can hear you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorab Ibrahim, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm going to check that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dennis, can you hear me? I muted you again. Just trying to see if you can. Hello? Okay, Dennis, if you can hear me, I just want to let you know that I can't hear you on our end, so try to fix that. I'll come back to you in a few minutes to see if your mic is working. Thank you. Hello, Dennis. I'm trying. Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Perfect. Yeah, I can hear you on my end too. Thank you very much. It's gonna mark you that you're here. Thank you. Tomas, I'm just gonna try your mic. I'm gonna unmute you right now. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect. So I'm just gonna mark you that you're here. Thank you very much.
Sure, thank you.
This is game time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm going to start now, okay? Good afternoon. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. Before I continue with my remarks, I'll take opportunity to introduce to you the members of our panel. Firstly, on my far left, Mr. Dominic Gully. On my immediate left, Ms. Laura Alderson. On my immediate right, Mr. Rick Ross, and on my far right, Mr. Bill Dalton. We also have at the far left end of this desk our Deputy Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Barbara Bartoszek. And in front of me, we have our very capable support staff. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on as the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your term is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card. And those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision of the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Our hearing procedure is that I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we first call on speakers in the hearing room and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay, before we proceed, I will ask the panel if there are any declarations of interest on this afternoon's agenda. No. And the same question for staff. Any declarations of interest? No. Okay, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral from this agenda?
Not from applicants. There's one from Transportation Services for, I want to say item 20.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
okay, yep, we're aware of that one. And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, any applications to close from this agenda? Okay, thank you. Okay, then we can now proceed. Consider these applications in the order on which they're listed. First one is number 1876 Keele Street. This is an application for consent, firstly, to create two 6.11, one's a 6.11 and a 6.2 meter frontage lot, and another parcel of land which is to be conveyed to the City of Toronto for road widening. We also have a minor variance application, one for each of the proposed semi-detached lots, and each variance application has 12 minor variances listed. We have urban forestry conditions 2 and 3. We have a Metro Links advisory, and we have engineering, construction services, and transportation services conditions for approval of the consent. We have no registered speakers. Is that correct, Thomas?
So we just have one person online, Sarah Ibrahim.
And that would be the agent?
I believe so, yes.
And no other person
No other person.
to speak?
Oh. Nope.
Okay, so Sarab Ibrahim.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of panel. I'm Sohrab Ibrahim, Director of Barhas Architects, Inc. My address is 33 Lanark Avenue. I'm here to answer any questions and concerns of the committee.
Okay, if you could give us a brief presentation on your project.
Sure. It's pretty much a straightforward project. It's very much the same as the neighboring property on the north. We have been working on this project for over 8 months with the committee. I really appreciate their efforts. We have gone through many back and forths, especially about the setbacks. And finally, we have gotten to this design. The product basically is sitting far back from the street, allowing enough light for the neighboring properties, and it's not congested or compact. It has a very good quality of living space inside and lots of space in the back for the rear yard. So it is including basically like each of the severe lots will include a 4-bedroom house with a rental basement with sufficient green space in front and parking space under the building. And that's pretty much it. If you have any specific question or concern, please let me know.
Okay, panel, any questions or comments?
Just that ECS had revised their conditions from July, and I was just wondering if the applicant had seen them.
Sorry, I checked the website yesterday. I didn't notice any changes, but I guess those updates are regarding our update.
Yeah, there were 2 sets of ECS conditions, and the most recent one I think was from July. So I'm just wondering if you saw those.
I did not, sorry. But I guess those are the updates regarding what we addressed on our design. So we addressed few of their concerns, and the rest was.
This is a memo. This is a memo dated
Exactly.
July 4th. Do you think you've read that one?
Oh yes, we did. Correct. Yes, we agree with that.
Yeah, it's like 4 months ago.
Okay. Community planning seems to be okay with the changes. Urban forestry still has some concerns, would like it, some of the variances refused, but they're asking for numbers 1 and 2 in place of that. And transportation has a number of conditions. So I'm assuming you're okay with everything.
Correct. Yes, we agree with all.
You agree with
And I
that?
think urban forestry also has requested conditions.
Yeah, conditions 3,
One,
1, 2, and 3?
Yeah.
Both. Oh, okay, so all 3. So
Yep.
that's good. Okay. So
You're good?
yeah, I'm good to make a motion unless anyone
Comments,
else has any
questions?
comments. Okay. So I move to approve this application. I believe it meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and move for approval subject to urban forestry conditions, transportation conditions, and ECS conditions. But I'm wondering, do we need to, is it standard
So
conditions?
That's
for the
yes,
consent
standard.
and also for the new builds.
The ECS conditions from July would be the applicable ones. Transportation ones sort of reiterate the same
Okay.
ones, but
Okay.
the ECS are worded properly in terms of
The most recent ones from July. And so that is a motion to approve the consent as well as the 2 new builds. And I just wanted to say I'm very encouraged that you're building a semi-detached. So thank you for that.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? Okay, those 3 applications, 1 for consent, 2 for minor variances, are approved with the conditions that were recited. Moving
Thank you.
on to item numbers. Thank you. Moving on to item number 16, 75 Meadowvale Drive. Purpose of this application is to maintain the existing dwelling. We have a clearance from ravine and natural features. Planning is okay with the application. We have an engineering and construction services advisory memo. And that is it. Now, Thomas, did I hear that the lady and gentleman sitting in front of me are here to listen in on this one, or?
Yes, so they are going to be listening in. We have the agent Chris on the line, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute him right now.
So I just want to confirm, neither of you wish to speak? You're just here to listen and look at me? Am I part of the reason you're here? I'm just jerking around. Okay.
So members, there's a delegated consent application that is not before you today for a lot addition.
Right.
And that lot boundary change has resulted in the variance that's before you for the existing house.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Caverson.
Yes, can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah, hi. Okay. I would typically classify this as very straightforward, but I think we do have a couple of people sitting in front of us that are here to listen to and learn more about this project. So I think, oh, they're the owners. Okay. Panel, do we need a presentation on this? Okay. Mr. Caverson, if you're okay, we won't have a presentation from you. We don't need it. Would you be okay if I had a couple of questions that we leave it at that?
Sure, if there's a few questions, happy to answer them.
Okay, we'll do it. Panel, questions, comments. Let's move into committee and make a decision.
Chair, I'm going to move that the application be approved. It's appropriate, it's desirable. There are no concerns from Transportation Services, Development Engineering just submitted some advisory comments. Move approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder for Mr. Gully's motion?
He beat me.
Mr. Gully, you all in favor? That's unanimously approved. Thanks for coming. Okay, item number 17 is 110 WANISKA Avenue. This is an application for consent and a minor variance application for each of the proposed parts. We have urban forestry conditions. They did request that some of the variances be denied, but they've given a fallback position requiring their conditions 1, 2, and 3. We have 2 conditions of approval from Transportation Services, 4 conditions from Heritage Planning, an opposition letter, a support petition, and a community planning recommendation to refuse. We have David Eagleman here as agent. And just before we listen to David, do we have anyone? There's no one in person. Do we have anyone online to speak to this?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Thanks, Thomas. Okay, Mr. Eagleman, please speak to us about your project.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, committee members, and staff. David Eagleman, 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200, associate and planner here on behalf of the owner. So through you, Mr. Chair, I will be brief. So this application was deferred back in November of 2017 to deal with comments and concerns from neighbors, planning staff, and forestry staff. After that deferral, there were discussions with neighbors and revisions were made to the proposal in an attempt to address the comments and concerns raised. Unfortunately, there was a death in the family of the owner, and that's why this was effectively held off for so long. I mean, it's 2024 now. This was deferred in 2017. So that was the result of the significant delay. However, we have now brought back the revised plans that were created as a result of those discussions with the neighbors, and that is what the committee is considering at the hearing today. And I'll note that we have provided an updated letter of support, as well as the owner has provided a neighbor consultation summary. And we've prepared also, I've appended a map illustrating that neighborhood consultation to my justification letter. And you'll see that all neighbors on WANISKA Avenue west of Park Lawn Road are either in support of the proposal or have raised no concerns or objections, and have not submitted any objection letters to that effect. The only neighbor who's in objection that I'm aware of is a neighbor at 15 Park Lane, which is to the rear of the subject property on another street to the north. And the lot is also to the west of the subject property, so it's not abutting the lot itself. In regards to forestry's concern, they're concerned about one tree in the front yard that's on the city-owned boulevard. It's not a very large tree. We don't have an arborist report or a tree protection plan, because back when this application was initially submitted, that wasn't a requirement of the committee, whereas now it is. So I can't speak to the tree in detail. However, it is in proximity to the driveway of the Part 1 dwelling. And although forestry is effectively making an assumption that it is going to be removed, however, that hasn't been confirmed as of yet. I've seen instances where an arborist will advise that a tree will just be injured and forestry will note that it's being removed. So the details of that specific tree haven't been determined yet. Forestry is just noting that it will be removed. However, it could be the case that it might be injured and preserved. And the bottom line is we always have to deal with forestry regardless of the committee's decision. We will have to get a permit from them, and any replantings or cash in lieu will have to be provided as part of that permit application. So there could either be a net neutral impact to trees on site or a net increase to trees if we have to provide compensation that's greater than just replacing one for one. Lastly, in regards to the severance itself, which is planning staff's main concern, they didn't really raise any concerns with the variances. I'll note that it's clear from planning staff's report that all they're looking at is the immediate context, which on the map you can see on the screen here, the immediate context as the official plan defines it is only the lots which front onto WANISKA Avenue west of Park Lawn Road. And it's approximately 11 lots that planning staff are considering. In my opinion, that is not an appropriate way to evaluate a development proposal. And the lot analysis, if staff could please pull that up, that I provided is, in my opinion, a more accurate delineation of the neighborhood boundary based on the official plan policies. And specifically, the official plan is clear that you're not supposed to only consider the immediate context. Only in instances where the immediate context is of greater or is of significant difference than the broader neighborhood context, in that case, then the immediate context is to have greater relevance. But even then, the immediate context is not the only consideration. So in my opinion, there is no significant difference in this case between the immediate and the broader neighborhood context. And in the lot analysis I provided, you can see that 23.4% of lots within this neighborhood have a lot frontage that is very similar to or less than the proposed lot frontages of 25 feet or 7.62 meters. And in terms of lot area, 37.7% of lots have a lot area of 319.96 square meters to 411.39 square meters, whereas in this case, we are proposing 291 square meter lot area. So the direction of the official plan is to respect and reinforce the prevailing character. It's not to be the same as. And in my opinion, these lots can and do respect and reinforce the existing character. And lastly, I'll note that there are lots that are the same as or very similar to what we're proposing already existing in this neighborhood. And to say that these lots will not fit in with the character is to say that lots which already exist within the neighborhood do not fit in with the existing character. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. I'm of the opinion that this proposal meets the criteria under section 5124 and the variances meet the 4 tests under section 45(1) of the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Eagleman?
Sure, just one question.
Yeah.
Mr. Eagleman, planning speaks to issue of fabric in the community. Do you associate fabric with lot division, lot sizes, lot configuration, or do you associate that with building form, building structure?
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Member Gully, for that question. I think it's both. The neighborhood fabric is both, as the official plan states, it's size and configuration of lots, and it's also characters related to building type, built form. In this case, planning staff's real only concern is the lot size and configuration, so in regards to the lot fabric. But you can see based on the lot analysis I provided that this neighborhood consists of a mix of and varying degree of lot sizes, frontages, and areas. And these lots will fit in with that existing character, respecting and reinforcing the neighborhood character. And I would stress that the direction of the official plan is to respect and reinforce. It does not say to be the same as or even similar to. So, thank you.
Panel, any other questions or comments? Okay, then I think we're ready to go into committee and make a decision. 3 decisions.
I just want to comment before a motion is made. I would have been a lot happier with this application had it been a semi-detached home as opposed to 2 separate detached dwellings with attached garages on both lots. That's all I want to say.
Do we have a motion?
So Chair, I think I'll give it a try. Like other panel members, this required a lot of thought, particularly since we're looking at lot division, and the question that comes up specifically, is it appropriate for this lot to be severed, not part of the subdivision, but can be severed, and can it be developed in an appropriate way, which does fit the community? And I agree somewhat with the presentation of the agent for the applicant, that you have to look past WANISKA itself. And in my view, I look at this whole area very close to Park Lawn and the Queensway as being an area where gentle intensification is appropriate because of the fact that it's so close to great connectivity to transit, both high order transit as well as bus transit on the Queensway, bus transit on Park Lawn Berry, and TTC transit in the form of subway on Bloor Street, which some of the bus services, surface bus services connect with. I know that planning still does not support the severance of the lot, but I believe that what is being proposed is appropriate. I believe that the variances are desirable in order for these two homes to be developed. And I believe that this is one form of trying to increase on the housing stock. Besides that, I'm looking at it from the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I believe that it does meet those 4 tests. I believe also that lands of this lot, this size, are appropriate for land division in this specific area. So I'm going to move approval for the consent under standard conditions. And I'm also going to move approval of the associated variances and subject to Transportation Services report of October the 30th. They have 2 conditions that need to be met. And it's my understanding there are forestry conditions 1, 2, and 3 that need to be met. That's my motion, Chair.
So, were you referring to heritage planning, Mr. Gully?
No, in actual fact, I don't believe that's appropriate. I know that there was consultation back in November 17th. There was request consultation with respect to a number of issues, but I'm not going to make it conditional to heritage.
Okay. Thanks for a very comprehensive statement of your rationale and your development of your motion. Is there a seconder for Mr. Gully's motion?
I don't believe it's
why you're not including
I don't believe it's I don't believe there's merit in this case to have it subject to heritage.
Could we ask the agent if he would be agreeable, or does he have a problem with the heritage planning conditions? Good.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're agreeable to the heritage conditions.
If they are, Chair, I certainly don't mind adding that.
Okay, so the motion would be revised now to leave the heritage conditions alone. They would be included on this. You'll second on that basis?
I'll second that.
Okay, yes. Transportation and urban forestry. Right? Yeah. Okay, so there's the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, approved by vote of 4-1 for the consent and the 2 variance applications. Thank you, Mr. Eagleman.
Have a great day.
You too. Okay, moving on to item 18, 14 Snowberry Avenue. Purpose is to construct a 2-story side addition and a new covered rear porch. We have 4 variances. This item was deferred in July 18th. Planning had and continues to recommend refusal. This committee in July deferred the application to enable consultation with planning. And as I said, we have a current recommendation memo from planning recommending refusal. And just wish to note that what the committee considered in July and what we're being asked to consider today are virtually identical. There's a 0.3% reduction in lot coverage, a 0.02 meter reduction in building length, and a 0.24 meter reduction in the side yard setback. We have a concern letter from the immediate neighbor at number 16. And we have one registered speaker, Dennis Biffus, and we have the agent, Joel Gerber.
Yes, that is correct. I will put Joel on.
Mr. Gerber.
Committee. My name is
Mr.
Joel,
Gerber?
23 Doncaster Avenue in the city.
Yeah, before you start, I don't think you'll be surprised to hear that this panel would very much like to hear why you believe that an application was refused with a list of variances should be considered today, when the only difference between what was refused in July are three infinitesimal variance requests. What's fundamentally different than what we've already dealt with on this?
So I'm happy to give a bit of context in that kind of negative light. The initial plan that was refused was with a significant rear yard landscaping variance, and through the course of this saga, we completely eliminated the rear yard landscaping variance for obvious reasons. The last committee, in my humble opinion, was very close to agreeing with the committee that the sufficient improvements were made. And the only reason, in my opinion, I guess professional opinion, that it was deferred was that we wanted to be very accurate with the calculations and with the zoning notice to match the variances. The planning concern that we had kind of summarized in the last session, if you will, was that planning's concern was with the height relative to the property. And unfortunately, this committee, the letters of support didn't carry through. But the neighbor on the other side is renovating their house as well. And what we had done is we shifted the setback, and we also adjusted the geometry of the house to try to minimize the visual impact of adding the 2 bedrooms above the garage for the kind of third generation to move in with the younger family in this residence. It's a fairly small architectural proposal, as you can see in the drawings and site plan, or in the drawings, elevations and floor plans. The most kind of contentious part of the project was really the rear yard landscaping, and to kind of, I guess, proactively address the next door neighbor's concerns. You know, I think we've kind of talked 3 times now at the different hearings and deferrals. The existing condition is absolutely not the future condition, and our architectural project is to take that existing condition and the concerns of the neighbor with hardscaping and to improve them, significantly landscaping the side yard and rear yard with soft landscaping, and try to make it, you know, a happier neighborhood project. So architecturally, you know, the adjustments appear to be very minuscule. But if you kind of were to refer back to the meeting minutes of the last hearing where we deferred, it was kind of agreed upon that negotiating in the committee really should have been followed up with the formal zoning notice, which simply took time and months to coordinate. So while the proposal now seems very minorly adjusted, we had made big strides in the initial refusal till now. So I don't think it's completely fair to kind of address it so negatively off the get-go, but that's my opinion. Thanks. Happy to address any questions or concerns the neighbors.
Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Gerber? None? Okay, then let's move on to Mr. Dennis Biffus. You're registered to speak. You online, Mr. Biffus?
1 second. I'm just trying to connect them now.
Yes. These are my concerns.
Okay, Dennis, you are you're on right now.
Hello?
Yeah. Hi, my name is Dennis. I am the homeowner of 16 Snowberry. My concern,
Sir, what was the address?
Sorry, is your last name Beffis?
yes, Dennis Biffis.
Thank you. Yep.
And I missed the address, your address.
Yes, it's 16 Snowberry.
16, okay.
16,
Okay,
yes.
go
My
ahead, Mr.
concern,
Beffis.
yes, my concern is where it says all the soft grass, it's all cement, all the pictures that I provided. And I was just concerned of all the water that's going to be put there when they put the new addition on the side.
Okay, drainage issues are part of a subsequent process. Building permit phase. We don't address issues like that here. It's just planning issues. But that concern would be addressed as part of a subsequent process.
Okay.
If that's satisfactory to you.
Yes. As long as it's included.
Okay, sorry?
As long as it's included with the proposal to the job that
Yeah,
they're doing.
it'll be dealt with before they get a building permit. As part of that review process. Yeah.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, not a problem. So, Mr. Gerber, I don't know if you have anything to say beyond what I did. And I wasn't addressing as a rebut, but you have that opportunity to respond to Mr. Biffis.
No, in respecting, the neighborhood where we design projects, and to recap our last meeting, I think it's important to note for his peace of mind that the existing condition is not the proposed condition, and that the proposed design aims to improve that soft landscaping issue. So you're corrected during the building permit, that will be refined, and I just want to conclude with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And Chair, you can confirm that you have no variances with respect to landscaping, correct? Chair, I was asking the speaker if he can confirm the fact that he has no variances with respect to landscaping.
Yeah, I apologize. I just got unmuted. Thank you. Yeah, there is no longer a variance for soft yard landscaping.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so panel, we have a strong difference of opinion between the agent and the community planning department on whether this application should proceed or not. Shall we go into committee and have a bit of a discussion before we consider a motion? Preliminary thinking? Yeah.
We can't defer it.
Sorry?
We can't defer it again.
No, we can't defer it again.
So it's a refusal or reviewing the application, and it could still be reviewed.
It could be. That's up to us.
So members, from my point of view, I'm looking at this as a totally new application, which it is. To me, even though it was dealt with in 2017 and it's back to us today, when I look at the 4 variances, I don't see anything there that would not meet the 4 tests. I'm looking at the coverage, I'm looking at the setback, I'm looking at the length, and I'm looking at the eaves projection. I think all 4 variances, in my view, are things that proponents would come to us to have addressed, and there may not appear to be changes from the previous application, but when I look at the proposed plans and how that footprint and proposed building fits into the community, I can't say that I'm looking for other changes to the plan.
I would agree with those observations. We can just declutter this and look at it as a brand new application with 4 variances. That's what we should be focused on. We got it all on one page right here.
Why is community finance a dead end?
Well, I don't know. I'm just kind of cleaning my mind of that, looking at these 4 things. And I share Mr. Gully's view that they're pretty straightforward.
Indeed, from the last application, it looks like nominal changes
Oh, yeah.
were made, but looking at it as an application on its own, standing on its own, rather than what changes have been made from the previous, what improvements have been made to ameliorate the variances being requested.
Seems to me that I agree that we should be really looking at the 4 variances in front of us right now.
Yeah.
And not compare to previous.
So anybody want to say anything else, or should we consider a motion for a decision?
And we're all looking at the revised plan dated October 27th, both the site plan and as well as some of the elevations, the east, the west, the front. When I look at the west elevation, to me, it fits into this community.
So anyone wish to make a motion?
Chair, I'm prepared to move approval of the application. I do understand planning in the sense that they're giving us their best advice. There's 5 of us here that need to examine this on the basis of the 4 tests under the Planning Act. In my assessment, I think the 4 tests have been met, and I'm going to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder for Mr. Gully's motion? Mr. Ross, thank you very much. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, approved by vote of 4 to 1. Moving on to item number 19, 9 Densley Avenue. Purpose is to permit a parking deficiency. We have a revised application that has 2 variances requested. We have ravine and natural features clearance, transportation services clearance, no other agency comments, no neighbor comments or letters, I don't believe. Pam, is this straightforward enough to avoid the need for a presentation? Okay, we're all in agreement. Thank you. Okay, so Ian Graham is the agent. Mr. Graham?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, thank you. My name is Ian Graham. I'm from R.E. Millward and Associates, 1200 Bay Street, Suite 1101. We're the applicant for the proposal. We've been working with Transportation Department.
Sorry, just before you proceed, maybe we can ask you about that, but this panel does not require or need a presentation.
Yep.
But would you be okay in lieu of presenting to answer any questions we may have?
Absolutely.
And I promise you one of the questions will be, how have you been dealing with transportation services?
I'm in full agreement. Yes, that's absolutely fine.
let's do that then. And I'll kick off with the first question. Tell us how you've been dealing with transportation services on this matter.
So in our initial application, which was before your committee in July, we had a proposal that required a type B loading space, which was a larger loading space, that transportation services had concerns about in terms of how it could be accommodated in terms of the turning radius. We went back and revised, because this is a proposal for an internal renovation, if you will, to create manufacturing condominiums. So they'll have their own loading spaces, etc. But we're not adding to the building per se. But in doing so, if we created a different size unit, a smaller unit, so we've created an additional smaller unit as opposed to a larger unit, the requirement was for a smaller loading space as opposed to the one that we were proposing originally. So that basically removed the requirement for that type of loading space and the issues surrounding it that transportation raised in their comments in July. And we've now come back with a proposal which will still involve some reductions of the existing parking spaces because we're converting them to loading spaces. And for two of the loading spaces, the new ones, we're asking for relief on the length dimension because they are associated with a driveway that we want to maintain at a minimum of 6 meters in width. So that's the nature of the application. And transportation is in agreement with how we've addressed the issue. And I believe in their correspondence of October 30th, they say that they are recommending approval of this application.
Thank you very much. Panel, any other questions or comments? Okay, can we go into committee and make a decision then? Oh, sorry. Thomas, is there anyone online that wishes to speak to this?
No, Mr. Chairman, there's no one.
Okay, so let's have a motion.
Chair, all three variances are under the auspices of review.
It's a revised application,
Oh.
only two, variances 1 and 3.
Oh, 1 and 3.
Yep.
So the accessible spaces. So even better, Chair. 2 variances on the revised application as opposed to 3 are within the purview of review by Transportation Services. The applicant also provided a transportation study from Tedesco Engineering. I believe the 2 variances in the revised applications that are being requested are appropriate. I'm going to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you very much.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. All in favor? That application is approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Thank you very much, members of the committee.
Okay. Okay, moving on to item number 20, 36 Gray Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. We have 6 variances. We have urban forestry condition 3, transportation recommendation to defer approval of variances 5 and 6, and community planning recommending refusal. The agent is Tomas Goral. Mr. Goral?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Your address, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. My name is Thomas Grau. I am the agent for the subject property.
Okay, and I just noticed here you didn't pre-register to speak to us today.
I did. I did it online almost 2 weeks ago with Nicole, and Nicole verified that I did register.
Oh. Okay, let's carry on then.
Okay.
So please explain to us why you believe we should approve this application when community planning says we should not.
I wasn't aware that committee planning is not okay with it. I was dealing with Cameron, and I have an email from him saying that he does approve it because we've been here previously, as you know, because it's a deferred one. And I spoke with him and we had a conversation, and then he had one issue, which I explained to him in email, and he wrote back in that email that he approves it. So I'm kind of shocked by that there's something that committee planning doesn't approve it.
I think what we're referring to here is their comments from the original applications in August 15th.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
At which point they had recommended refusal. So it's on that basis that we're including them as we're treating that as a live comment.
Okay, I understand.
Because it hasn't been officially rescinded.
Okay, no problem. Okay,
notwithstanding your conversations.
Yeah. Okay.
So can you pull that report up?
That email? Or
that's key to the way we dispense with this.
Of course. Okay.
Well, the applicant can't share anything today. They didn't add it to the file.
I didn't know I was supposed to be quite honest with you, because I have the email. I'm going to pull it up right now. And
we'll get to that.
This was the report on August 2nd?
Yeah. Okay, let's just turn back to the other issue here. We have transportation services, and this is germane to what's before us, very current.
Okay, yes. So I did find the email.
So are you aware?
Pardon me?
You're aware of this October 30th memo from Transportation Services?
Yes, I am aware. So I had a conversation with the individual, and the conversation we had was their issue is with number 5 in regards to, you scrolled up, but let me just pull it up here. The issue is the width. Yes, the width. So due to the size of the building, because it is a duplex, and we have the stairs on the left-hand side as you're facing the building from the street, the garage was only able to be 3.09 meters. And I spoke with transportation, and he said that because it doesn't meet the 3.2, that they can't support it. And I said, okay, but then what are my options? He goes, you can call it storage. And I said, okay, but then if I call it storage, it means you can't park a car in there, and that's just going to create another car for the street, which is already kind of busy. Doesn't it make sense to have a parking space, even if it's a tad smaller, to try and at least get as much cars off of the street as possible? And he told me that he agrees with my my logic, but he's going from above, and that he can't support that. So to me, that doesn't really make sense, because I thought not only are we trying to densify the city, but we also want to house as many cars as possible. So even though it's a bit smaller, you probably can't put in a pickup truck or a Sprinter, but for sure, like a Jet or a sedan, for sure you can fit in that spot. So I just doesn't really make sense to me. And I had that conversation with him, and he did agree with me. So I assumed that it was okay. And for number 6, in regards to the energized outlet, I honestly wasn't even aware that we're supposed to put on our drawings, but I know for a fact that with new buildings, ESA will not give you the final inspection approval to continue with your build unless you put that in. So it's on here. And even though it's on here, we have no choice but to put in. We have no problem putting in, but we're forced to put that in by ESA. So that for sure will be inside the garage.
Okay, well, I guess it's up to this panel, and we'll get there. We have to determine whether an 11-centimeter shortfall in width is fatal to the application or not.
But to be fair to the agent, you were aware of the previous concerns. You saw that on the zoning review previously. You got a new zoning review, which still identified that as a variance. You could have easily withdrawn that or shown the charging for the parking spot to eliminate that as a variance to address transportation services, but you didn't.
Correct.
I don't think you can say you were unaware, because this is part of your application.
Correct. I'm not going to dispute that, but whether it's in the variance or not, ESA is going to force it. We have no way around this. Once we build the home, ESA will not give us final occupancy and give us power to the building unless this has been installed. So regardless of whether it's a variance or not, or if it's approved or not approved, any building nowadays has to have this electrical outlet in it, or else the ESA will not give us power.
Yeah.
I just wanted to ask then, you really don't need variance 10, right? If you've got to put it in anyway.
Correct.
Then we can eliminate.
Correct, absolutely.
And then when you go for a building permit, if it's not in, you won't be able to get a building permit.
Correct, I agree 100%. And I did find that email from Cameroon that we were discussing before. It was sent to me on September 10th, and it says, "Hi, Thomas. We're fine with this approach given the below constraints, Carmen Rose." And I would love to share with you, but I know, as was mentioned, I can't share my screen. But if you guys are able to pull it up or get it from staff in-house, it was given to me on the 9th of September, or sorry, 10th of September at 14:43, so 2:43 p.m.
Okay, so I guess we're back to considering the fact that we have a dated planning memo. We didn't get a fresh memo from planning on this. That's one issue. And the other is how we deal with the transportation deferral request, which, well, it seems to me that this EV connection is going to have to happen anyway. And then the other issue is whether an 11-centimeter shortfall in the width of the parking space is significant and potentially fatal to this project. So should we go into committee and have a little discussion on those issues and then maybe consider a motion? So how do we feel?
So, Chair, we're dealing with 5 variances, correct?
6.
Well, I think the applicant agreed, the agent agreed that,
He didn't formally request to withdraw that variance.
okay, so maybe we can ask him, can you withdraw variance number 6? And then the other 2, to me, are things that are tight, but 4 and 5 are tight, but I don't think they're operationally functional. And as far as the other 3 variances, the planning variances are concerned, I don't know how my other fellow members feel. But as far as 6, if we can get concurrence from the agent that he's prepared to withdraw that, I think 4 and 5 can be dealt with by us. And 1, 2, and 3 are planning matters.
Okay, let's just slip out of committee for a second and I'll ask Mr. Grell about variance number 6. Sir, would you be agreeable to, and please tell us that you wish to withdraw variance number 6?
Yes, can we please withdraw variance number 6?
Hear you loud and clear. So we're considering variances 1 to 5 only? And I'm sorry, Mr. Gully, did you preamble this as a motion or a discussion? Just opinion?
As a discussion, but fellow members have a motion. I'm prepared to hear one. If not, I have one.
Anybody care to make a motion or would you wish to listen to Mr. Gully?
He's prepared to make one. We should hear it.
Yeah, we'd like to hear you, Mr. Gully.
Okay, thank you, Chair. On the revised application for 5 variances, Chair, I believe the front yard setback, the side yard setback, and the main wall issue are not issues to me. I think they are minor variances that are being requested. 4 and 5, the traffic matters are also, in my view, minor. On the revised application for the 5 variances, I'm prepared to move approval of the application subject to urban forestry condition number 3.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder for Mr. Gully's
I
motion?
will second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. All in favor? That application is approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Grau.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
You too. Moving on to item number 21, 10 Delroy Drive. Purpose is to construct a new detached dwelling with an attached garage. There are 8 variances. This item was deferred on June 20th of this year. The community planning recommended refusal, and this committee decided to defer until today. Similar to one we just dealt with not long ago. Just to finish up, we have urban forestry condition 2, and we have planning once again recommending refusal. And similar to the recent application, the changes from this application or from the previous one to this one are infinitesimal. 2 meters squared less in coverage, 0.032% reduction to FSI. So
Can we not do the same thing we did with the other one in terms of look at what's in front of us today?
well, yeah, we will, but I'd still like to hear why that was done. I'd just like to know what motivated those minor changes, and why the agent believes we should approve this in the face of a planning department refusal, which has been repeated, since last June. But yes, by all means, at the end of the day, we will be treating the variances that are being requested, regardless of the history. But I think, if no one else, I'd like to hear the story on the history. So, Mr. Dome.
Yes, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner. I would like to briefly review a bit of the history of the proposal. The original application came before committee in June, was refused by a split vote. At the time, planning staff had made verbal recommendations to reduce the height to 7.7 meters, FSI to between 0.64 and 0.65, and a reduction in lot coverage as well. And they weren't specific on that, but they were more focused on the FSI at the time. At the original hearing, the reductions were made, but not as much as planning staff had recommended at the time, resulting in a recommendation to refuse. At that time, the FSI was reduced from 0.73 to 0.68, and the height was reduced from 8.15 meters to 8.01 meters, with a number of other reductions, and that's been reduced further today. So with the new application, the intent was to reduce further to comply with planning's verbal recommendation. We had to defer at the previous hearing only due to the zoning examiner having missed a variance for setback of the rear covered porch to the long-term stable top of slope, which was present on the previous proposal, as well as to address urban forestry comments. We have satisfied urban forestry, had discussions with them, and they're now recommending condition number 2, and have revised the driveway to preserve the front yard tree. We were surprised that planning staff have put in a recommendation to refuse in light of our prior discussions and their prior recommendations. However, I would like to outline how the reductions made now have reduced impact and is consistent with the dwellings approved nearby. Variances 1 and 2 refer to the proposed lot coverage of 43.4%, 194 square meters, and FSI of 0.65, 284.46 square meters. I would highlight that the proposed FSI includes, including the area within the rear long-term stable top of slope, is 0.59, which is similar to a number of examples nearby, such as 21 Delroy, about 80 meters to the west at the corner of Delroy and McIntosh Avenue, which was approved for 0.58 FSI, as well as around the corner to the south at 22 McIntosh Avenue was approved for 0.6 FSI. 13 Macintosh as well was approved for 0.92 FSI and a 43% lot coverage. The FSI and lot coverage are still significantly affected by the difference in lot area of the subject lot compared to the neighboring lots. The subject lot is about half the size of all the neighboring lots due to the rear of the adjacent number 12 lot wrapping around number 10. The lot coverage variance also includes the rear covered porch, while the massing of the dwelling itself is within the 33% bylaw. Also across the street, number 15 Delroy, while on a larger lot, was approved for a massing of a similar flat roofed dwelling, and a similar sized dwelling exists across the street at number 11 as well. The height and main wall height variances, 3 and 4, have also been reduced from 8 meters to 7.77 meters. Further mitigation of impact is provided by the proposed dwelling length at 13.11 meters. The rear main wall does not extend further than either of the adjacent neighboring dwellings. Both side yard setbacks comply with the bylaw, and there are no soft landscaping variances requested. The design of the dwelling is also consistent with the newer builds in the immediate area, such as 11, 15, and 21 Delroy. Variances 3, 7, and 8 refer to the proposed front yard setback, front architectural feature wall next to the garage and eaves. And this is due to the position and angle of the front lot line. The front main wall of the proposed dwelling is set back behind the front main wall of the adjacent neighbor at number 12. And there is a significant city boulevard portion beyond the front lot line. Variance number 8 was added from the examiner on the latest notice and refers to the setback of the rear covered porch to the long-term stable top of slope. The dwelling itself does meet this setback, and TRCA are in support of the proposal. I would highlight the owner had previously spoken to many surrounding neighbors for the previous larger proposal, and at the time received 8 signatures in support on the previous file, including the adjacent neighbor at number 8, as well as 4, 14, 24, 20, 18,
Mr.
9.
Sorry, Mr. Jones, just a moment, please. You have 20 seconds to finish. Thank you.
Okay, yes, I'm just finishing, and I'm only referencing these due to the fact that we aren't aware of any changes in the neighbors' support of the proposal. And overall, we feel in context, the application is reasonable in character with other approvals and minor in nature, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yeah, okay, we may have some questions. I'm going to kick off with a question. Variance 2, I believe I heard you say that the FSI was 284 point something meters squared.
That's right. Sorry. That was in error. The FSI is 266.36. That's my mistake. That was the previous FSI.
Okay, so we're dealing with 266.36, which is 0.65 times the area of the lot, correct?
That's correct.
The variance is correctly stated. That's what I want to know.
Yes, it is. It is.
Yeah, okay, good. So panel, any other questions or comments? No? There you go. Mr. Gully, questions? No questions? Okay, then let's go into committee and make a decision. Oh, no, stop. Anyone online?
Nope, there's no one.
Okay, let's go into committee for a decision. Do we need to discuss the cause of hesitation here? Or? Anybody have a problem about this with this one?
Chair, I prefer to speak on this item. So we have an application before us with a request for 8 variances in order to allow this development to proceed. I'm going to start from the end of the variances. Variance number 8. Variance number 8, I believe, is for us on a non-starter issue because TRCA has provided their concurrence on it on October 25th. They said they had no concerns with respect to that. They're okay with that. So as far as I'm concerned, number 8, in my view, is acceptable. With respect to 6 and 7, there's side yard issues which are nominal, again, in my view. And with respect to height, they're looking at additional 0.5 meter, half a meter, even though it's a flat roof. You look at the impact that has on adjacent properties and adjacent structures, future structures. I don't think it's onerous what it is that they're asking. With respect to coverage, they're proposing a 43 from 33, not much more than several others have in the area. And with respect to FSI, they're producing a dwelling of about 2,500 square feet, a dwelling that I believe is fair size for this lot and for this area. The front yard setback seems large, but if you look at the adjacent properties, they fit in. This request of 2.678 is not outrageous, and there is a very large and generous boulevard along here. The chances of that being widened into public road as a paved road are negligible, in my view, for DELROY. So all in all, Chair, the 8 variances that are being requested, in my view, are desirable. They're appropriate for the development of this lot. I'm going to move approval subject to urban forestry condition number 2, I believe.
Okay.
Transportation has no concerns. I know the planning has recommended refusal, but subject to urban forestry 2, I move approval.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Gully. Is there a seconder for Mr. Gully's motion?
Are you accepting the 8 variants in your motion?
Yeah. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, is it appropriate for me to second the motion? I can't see how it's going to create a tie. Just to get a vote?
Yeah,
I can't get a seconder.
Yeah.
So I can second it?
Sure.
Okay, I will second Mr. Gully's motion. All in favor? Opposed? You voted to approve the motion.
Correct.
Okay. Motion carries 3-2.
3-2.
I'm sorry. I was waiting for you to second the motion.
I was still thinking.
You're still thinking. Okay, you don't have to think anymore. No, you got to keep thinking for a few more minutes.
It's 3-2. Last 3-2. Yes, correct.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so we're ready to deal with the final item of the day. Item 22, 69 10th Street. We have no agency comments or conditions. We have no neighborhood input. Thomas, anyone online that wishes to speak to this application?
So we have the agent,
Yeah.
Patrick.
Beyond that,
Yep.
okay. So we have purpose is to construct a 2-story rear addition, including a deck in the rear yard. And we have 3 variances. Panel, is anyone in need of a presentation? Okay. Mr. McCullough. Mr. McCullough?
I've unmuted you. I do see that you've called in, so I'm going to unmute that as well. Just give me 1 second.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. McCullough?
Yes, hello? Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you
I'm here.
multiple times.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I don't know if you, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
Okay, if you can,
Can we?
yes, I can hear you. If
Good.
you just listen to me, not have to listen to you. Well, here's what I have to ask you. The panel has decided that it does not need a presentation on your application. It's very simple and straightforward. If you can hear me, would you agree to not making a presentation and leaving it to any questions that we may have of you before we make a decision?
Absolutely.
You okay?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So, panel, questions or comments for Mr. McCullough?
And if no one has any, I'm prepared to make a motion.
There being no questions or comments?
No agency comments.
Absolutely.
And no comments from the.
No comments from anybody.
Forestry, sorry.
I don't see forestry.
I see forestry, urban forestry number 1.
Oh, yeah. Condition 1.
Condition 1.
Condition.
Mr. McCullough, would you be agreeable to imposing urban forestry condition 1 on an approval?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
We're good. So.
Ms. Alderson.
Yes, I'm happy to make a motion to approve this application. I believe it meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act. And move subject to urban forestry condition number 1.
I'll second that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alderson and Mr. Dalton. All in favor? That application is approved by majority. By unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, thank you.
And my next favorite motion?
Is to.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you very much. So, all in
2:24
favor?
p.m.
That's unanimous. We are adjourned at 2:24 p.m.